Może im się godziny pomyliły, wiesz, nie? Może zegarki mi przestawili.
I wonder if everybody has translation. Everybody understand? Okay. Right, so I guess we can start now. Please, would you like to have a few words and take the table?
Dobrze. To koleżanki i koledzy.
Okay, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Federation of Metal Workers and Steel Workers, I would like to welcome you today at this conference, which aims mostly at summarizing our activities within our project. As you know, the posting of workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, current challenges and future prospect is the topic of our project. We are the project leader and our partners are trade unions from Bulgaria, from Podkrepa, from Serbia with Zoran, who is present here, as well as our colleagues from Slovakia, but our colleagues from Slovakia are entrepreneurs. They are not here. Maybe they made a mistake concerning our schedule. Our partners include also the representatives of the Lisbon University and the representatives of the university in Saloniki, as well as representatives of our partners. Dear colleagues, our key task was to analyze the situation of workers, of posted workers in manufacturing industry and in other industries in Europe, as well as the analysis of the impact of the pandemic on these groups. I think the best idea would be to start with introductions, with a round of introductions. We have 3 colleagues from Serbia. We have colleagues from other countries, so maybe we could start by introducing ourselves. We could also specify what kind of companies we work in and what the situation is like. So my name is Jarosław Grzybek. I am the head of the Federation of Metal Workers and Steel Workers, and we are the leader of the project. I originally worked in an automotive industry, and for 7 years I've worked as the head of the Metal Workers and Steel Workers trade union. Yes, yes. All our colleagues from Slovakia are here with us. And so we associate the steel plants as well as automotive companies. We are present across more than 100 companies. And well, we have a variety of problems, and I hope that maybe we will find some time to talk about our problems, because neither the automotive industry, neither the steel industry are doing well right now. Okay, but I believe we should start with the round of introduction. So over to Andrzej. My name is Andrzej. I work for ArcelorMittal Poland, and I represent the coke plant in Krzeszowice. Thank you very much. Yes, I am the head of the trade union in the industry factor in Poland. My name is Jarosław Gessler. I work in Wybrzeże Skóra, and we deal with the production of medical devices, everything related to medicine. Good morning. My name is Rychlewski, and our company produces spare parts. I am the head of a trade union in my company. Actually, it is a group of more than a dozen companies, generally in the automotive industry, but not only. Our cluster is larger. My name is Artur Żarno. I am from Kraśnik, and I am the head of the trade union of metal workers there. I'm also the head of the Regional Council of Trade Unions of Metal Workers in my region. It's a pleasure to meet all of you and to be here with you today. Good morning. My name is Piotr. I am the head of the trade unions of metal workers. In Stalachowice, we produce city buses for public transportation, and I am the head of the metal workers trade union in my region. Good morning. My name is Patrick, and I am the head of the trade union of metal workers. And I work in Ostrava. We work in a company that produces agricultural machines. I am also the head of the trade union of metal workers in my region. Good morning. Good morning. I am the head of GSW Coke Company. We are owned by a huge mining conglomerate from another part of Poland. Thank you.
Bom dia, meu nome é Maria do Rosário Jorge, trabalho com o Nuno Boavide e o António Brandão Muniz, da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, sou socióloga e é um prazer estar aqui.
Good morning, I am from the University of Lisbon. I am a sociologist.
Dobar dan, ja sam Goran Milić, predsjednik regiona centralne Srbije.
Good morning, I'm Goran Milić, and I am the head of the regional center in Serbia. We have our regional head office in Kragujevac. Good morning, I am Zoran Markovic. I'm also from the trade union of the metal workers from Serbia. I would like to welcome all of you here. Unfortunately, the mic isn't working well. Good morning. I would also like to welcome you. I also come from Serbia, and I also represent the same trade union of metal workers in Serbia. we are present across the entire region because our trade union is organized on the basis of regions, right? So we have branches in every region of our country.
Takže prepáčte, že sme prišli neskoro, lebo ja som si splitla čas. My sme z Republikovej únie zamestnávateľov.
I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize for being late. We represent Slovakia. I also represent an organization that is part of a project. We represent a union of entrepreneurs, and we are happy to be here with you.
Аз съм представител на Асоциацията за европейско развитие и растеж, InnoGrowth.
I represent the organization, and I deal with international relations. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I represent my organization. My name is Jana Zagarova, and together with my colleague Michalina, we are representatives of the Federation of Workers of the Metal and Steel Industries. And our organization has a long history. And we do hope that our meeting today will be very productive.
My
colleague has already introduced me. I also represent the Federation of Metal Workers and Steel Workers from our country.
Bom dia a todos. O meu nome é Nuno Boavida. Eu sou investigador da Universidade Nova de Lisboa e estão cá outros investigadores.
Good morning. I am a researcher. I work at the Nova University in Lisbon. I am here together with other colleagues from university, and we specialize in technologies. We are responsible for production and for research regarding this area in Portugal. So today we will present the final outcomes of our projects. We will be the one who will be presenting them.
And could the people online also introduce themselves? I cannot read your names because the screen is too far away, but could you please, the online participants, also introduce yourselves? We have a professor from Spain, and also we have some social partners. Anyone, please?
Well, I will...
Antonio, over to you.
Thank you. I'm Antonio Muniz. I'm not from Spain. I'm from Portugal. And unfortunately, I cannot be with you there because it seems that European Commission does not pay travels between our home residence to an airport, and I live not in Portugal by now, but in Germany, and I am a little bit far away from the airport. But that's it, these bureaucratic rules. Anyway, as I mentioned, or even Rosario and Nuno mentioned, I'm now retired, but I was professor during more than 40 years at University Nova of Lisbon, and I'm a sociologist, sociology of technology mostly, and I've been working with the other Portuguese members that are there in the room in the field of automation and impacts on automotive industry as well. but our tasks here are more related with the topic of posting of workers and labor market changes related with COVID and the post-COVID issues. But I will talk about this later. And please, Claudia and Georgia.
Georgia, go first.
Thank you, Claudia. So, hello, everyone. My name is Georgia Baladina, and I represent Innovate, an organization from an NGO from Greece. So that's it. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there in Sofia with you, as today was our Independence Day, and it was a big celebration here in Greece, and everything was not actually working very well. So we had to take the bus and go to the airport, and it wouldn't be easy for us. It would be very difficult. So it's so nice to see you even from far away, and I'm really happy for this conference.
Good morning, I'm Claudia Leibey. I represent the Universities of Thessaly researching team, CE, and we're working with Innovate as Greek partners in this project. Nice to see you.
To ja dziękuję za to, że wszyscy uczestniczycie w przedstawieniu.
Thank you very much for the introductions, and I would like to apologize, Professor Moniz, for mispronouncing your country. Yes, obviously, you are from Portugal, not from Spain. I am very sorry. Before handing over the mic to our moderator for today, I would like to say a couple of words about the project that we've been implementing. So the project started in November of 2022. This is when we had our first kickoff meeting. We opened our project. Some of you participated in the kickoff meeting, but not all of you. And then we carried out an analysis regarding the challenges that posted workers faced during the pandemic. We wanted to map and analyze the impact of the pandemic on posting workers, especially in the manufacturing sector. Then we organized the focus meetings, our research, and the experts carried out the research activities that provided input for the report that we will discuss today. In Poland, we organized a meeting of this kind in October of 2023. Mrs. Pietrzyk organized it and then wrote the report. And I believe that also our colleagues provided some input as regards the posting of workers in Poland. I know that the same procedure was carried out in other partner states, and this is what we will discuss today. So our conference today is supposed to summarize in a way all of the activities that we have carried out. This is our final conference as regards our face-to-face meetings. We all know that from the outbreak of the pandemic, the situation has changed. Before the pandemic, we used to meet face-to-face on site, but once the pandemic started a part of our lives, sort of moved into the virtual world. And even though the pandemic is over, we still continue to meet online. Even today's meeting is a hybrid meeting with some of the participants online, with our interpreters who are online far away. So yes, also our meetings during our project, most of them were held virtually online. But the posting of workers is an important element in the industry. Why? Once Poland, once Bulgaria became members of the European Union. Actually, today, not today, but this year, we will celebrate the 20th anniversary of our accession to the European Union. That will be the 1st of May. So we now have the possibility of posting workers. And we, as trade unions, we are active in multinational companies, and our workers are also being posted to other plants within our corporate groups. So, for instance, in the automotive industry, in our companies, workers are being posted to Italy, they are being posted to France, to other European states. So we do have some experiences in this area. We have some reflections that we would like to share with you during our meeting today. Our project lasted basically 18 months. We are about to conclude it with this conference. Now, the posting of workers concerns as many as 1% of workers in the industry. Yes, so it may seem little, but it is not if we think about the big numbers of people employed. So in the past, our companies were more, so to speak, impermeable. So they were more inside oriented. And now there is this flow of workers, which makes part of our daily lives. Okay, so actually, I'm looking at the agenda. We are a little bit late, so I will hand over the mic to our expert. We will co-moderate it together. If somebody would like to speak, somebody has a comment in the room, please raise your hand. And also, participants online, please do raise your hand virtually using the Zoom icon. Okay, right. So that's all from myself. Let me hand over to our expert. I believe that all of you have our agenda, so you can have a look at it. Okay, well, and I also have for you a small gift. We have some keychains for you. We have some pencils, some little gadgets from our federations, from our trade union. So I hope it's something to remember us by. So we are simply wishing to share with you something, give you something. Okay, and now let me hand over to our moderator, to our expert. Thank you very much for this very warm welcome.
On behalf of my colleague, Antonio Moniz, who is going to deliver a presentation on the review of existing literature and existing databases on posted workers. Then we will take a short break for coffee. And after the break, my colleague will continue presenting the results of focus group discussions and workshops that we conducted over the past few months. Then we will have a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we will hold a discussion. The discussion will relate to the scenarios that Antonio Moniz is going to take us through. And we would like to get to know your points of view, and we would like to know your thoughts about this to come to some meaningful conclusions. And therefore, without further ado, I would like to hand over to Antonio Moniz, my colleague, professor, who will tell us about the literature on the subject and the review of that literature by the partner countries. Over to you, Antonio.
Sorry. I think it's better to talk in English because
It's no problem.
I have to switch because I have to switch off the translation. If not, you will listen to the translation. Exato, obrigado. Again, well, thank you once again for the invitation for this final conference, and I will present this first so-called summative report. And this report is based on the literature review that was done by all research teams in this project and on the data sets that they were collecting. Then I will not present a literature review made by myself or our group, but just based on the reports that were sent to the project. Then, first of all, the topics that are related with this summative report are connected with the methods that were used for this literature review, then the most important findings and the conclusions. Once again, just to remember that it is a study made by 6 European countries. 5 are members of the European Union, and 1 is a candidate member. And the countries are Bulgaria, Greece, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, and the candidate country Serbia. Then the aim of a literature review is to understand the existing scientific knowledge in a certain topic. Well, in this case, it was asked for the teams to collect the information that they could find and analyze in their own country about what is posting of workers in the country and the context of these posting activities. And another characteristic that is important is about posting of workers, but in the manufacturing industry. Just to mention as a reference, I will talk about that in other reports. Most posting of workers is done in other sectors, namely in the construction sector. And there it is quite important, but our focus was not in the transport or in the construction, but on the manufacturing. And this is the aim of this project for the first report, to elaborate on the scientific knowledge about it. The exercise could have contributed to a better understanding on the debate in each of these countries involved in the project, in these 6 countries. And it could be a good opportunity to have a reference on the national conditions where this posting of work has been practiced. And then when we talked about posting of workers, is sending workers from a company to another company in Europe, in another country, or receiving workers from another country to work in our own country. Then it is supposed that this is regulated, and then we will find several conclusions about that on the fieldwork. But most reports that I could read didn't not give information on the social economic context. There was some information, general information about the labor situation in each country, but on the manufacturing and the specificities related with the context for posting of workers, I didn't get this information in most of reports. Some reports are more, they collected more information about these scientific studies. Others could not find so. As well, very few or almost no reports offer the conclusion on the national situation based on national data sets. This means that, and this leads to a conclusion that is important, that we don't find almost no national statistics about posted work. That is why, in principle, if in these 6 countries, there is almost no statistical information about the posted work, then we cannot have as well an information about the national situation based on empirical evidence on that. We just got some, and this was mentioned by almost all reports, there are some European studies that refer some data about it, but yeah, we don't get information just related with manufacturing, because most, as I mentioned, is on construction. As well, it seems that there is almost no independent scientific research on this topic in Europe. There are some research done by institutions, especially state-owned institutions or European institutions, but not even so very few studies. But independent research is quite few. We found some, or there were mentioned some in other sectors, like transport or, of course, construction. There is some information about that. But on manufacturing, I'm talking about manufacturing, there is almost no independent scientific research. And also, there are, of course, publications with results of research, but those that were mentioned, they were not publicly available through open access. And this is another problem, that even when research teams try to, research teams not located in academia try to collect empirical evidence about a certain phenomenon, for example, this posting of workers, then if they don't have these open access publications, then they don't reach the conclusions of these studies. This is also an issue that have been discussed in many countries, and this is quite important because it had an effect on our findings. On the most important conclusions from this literature review, well, it seems there are some difficulties for obtaining healthcare in other member states when workers are posted, and there are some in some countries there are claims of retirement pensions refused by institutions that were sending workers. This means in some countries, the workers go to work for a period of time, but this does not count for their social security or pension system in their own country. This could be analyzed with more care, more attention, because it can be an obstacle for developing this form of contract. Another report from Slovakia, for example, they mentioned that most cases applied to the transport sector, but the transport sector was not the focus of our project. Then we don't have information about manufacturing. EU candidate countries, and fortunately we had one as Serbia, mentioned that they have not only sending countries of migrants to the West, but also receiving countries of migrants from other countries located east of European Union, namely Ukraine. Then they are sending migrants, they mentioned mostly to also to Germany, and receiving migrants from Ukraine. And these labor migrants, as they were mentioned by the Serbian report, were especially affected by economic uncertainties and border closures, especially during the COVID, and more recently due to the war. And then there were several problems also on the relation between EU movements of population and workers and the other non-EU countries. Also from Bulgaria, there was a mention to the potential exploitation of posted workers and wage differentials. And these can be also a problem, but we know that this is a problem in the construction from other studies, but it was not sure if there were these references were done on the manufacturing case sector. On the other way around, the Portuguese report mentioned that a posted worker is entitled to the same working conditions as other workers in the country of destination, when these are more favorable, for example, in terms of better working conditions or wages or working hours, and they are entitled to these working conditions, and this has been working for the Portuguese cases that were interviewed. And there were mentions about that related to the manufacturing activities. The Polish report, for example, mentioned that posting of workers can be a tool for social dumping, and this can present as well a problem in Europe, not only for Poland, but for all the other countries, because if this social dumping is done regularly, it may mean that in the future this can be a problem, or there is a need for further legislation about it. In Greece, workers themselves have been reluctant to travel to a foreign country. It was mentioned in the report. And this was mostly the case during the COVID, but it was not clear if it is some sort of resistance from the Greek workers to be posted to another country. Bulgarian report also mentioned that the country is not an attractive destination for foreign companies, and in general, this is also a very interesting finding. that posted work is perceived as highly bureaucratic, and this could also discourage employers for complying with the rules of posting, and this can be also a risk of not providing the necessary workforce for posting. Conclusions. We can say that there is a lack of scientific studies and limited national debates revealed in the literature. There are probably significant differences between some European countries, and I would generalize, not EU and non-EU, and in general in Europe, there are differences, and these should be further analyzed and in a more deeper way, especially with research studies that should have more resources and more time to do that. It is important to say, finally, that independent knowledge on the processes and realities of posting of work is urgently needed to provide this capacity and this background for eventual further legislation that eventually is needed, and especially to understand the specific needs from posted workers and from companies that are sending or receiving posted workers. And these are the most important conclusions that I could find from the reports that were sent for this project. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, António, pela apresentação.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for your presentation. I am aware that the amount of studies is limited, so not many studies are done into the area of posting. And there are few independent studies conducted, and there is a need for such studies in the future. So at the European level, we should encourage institutions to conduct thorough research about posting. I would like to now start a discussion in our group. Do you have any questions, or would you like to share any thoughts about what we have said so far? Of course, I can also propose a topic for us to discuss. Are there any questions? Let's begin with that. From anyone here in this room or any of the online participants? So anyone, questions? Please. It would be a good idea to just listen to the thoughts of some of the colleagues here representing various contexts. I am well familiar with the Portuguese context. Our country is a democracy and our institutions run quite efficiently, and the access to data is quite sufficient, and also access to literature and bibliographies is also quite good relative to countries which struggle with that. Also, in terms of relationships between the trade unions and the employers, we have conducted some studies in the automotive sector, and we have seen that the employers had some difficulties in tackling several issues, including the posting of workers, because there are some differences here, but we don't have much information about this sector. And I'm wondering if it's the case in your countries as well. Are you facing similar problems? What are your thoughts on this? if you are a member of a trade union or an employer organization, or do you have any specific issues that you would like to share with us here? Of course, all of that related to the posting of workers.
Tutaj z naszego podwórka polskiego powiem, bo u nas czasami jest taka sytuacja, że pracownik oddelegowany i delegowany. To są dwie różne rzeczy, bo...
And the question of posting is quite different from being sent on a business trip. And the wording in Polish is very similar. Delegowany and oddelegowany, so similar. And you can, for example, be sent on a business trip to another location or branch for 3 months. And the people have very similar experiences. If you go to another town, your employer needs to pay you the so-called per diems. And you are entitled to a per diem. It's around 45 zloty, so a little more than 10 euros. Also, some employers provide transport between the different branches of the same company. And this is up to a 3-month period. And then the worker returns to their principal place of work. And this is done because sometimes the workload is different among the branches, and one of the branches needs more people because they have a bigger workload, while the other branch is less busy. And if you are posted like this, and to a company in Italy, you are paid the same salary that you would receive in Poland, but on top of that, you received a special per diem accommodated to the Italian conditions. But this was the so-called business trip. And now we are speaking about the posting of workers for a longer period of time. And people are sent, for example, to France. And then the employer has to conform to the EU regulations. And then the worker receives the same salary that they would be getting in France. So in Poland, this is this difference. Up to 3 months, you get your own salary plus a per diem, and more than 3 months, you go to a different country, and then you are paid the salary you would be receiving as if you were a national in that country. So this is the distinction in Poland, and we are quite struggling with that in the industry in Poland. But this mostly happens in international companies that have branches all over Europe. So the members of our trade union have experienced that because they kept traveling from Poland to Italy or to France. Some of them stayed even for up to 2 years in a foreign country. But this is this distinction I wanted to tell you about between posting and the so-called business trip. We are operating in the automotive industry, and that's why these trips do happen, because the companies have plants in many countries. For example, Peugeot has a branch in Tarnawa, and our workers were also sent to work there. This is also a plant of Citroën and Fiat. And our workers were sent there on a business trip, and they were there up to 3 months. But when they went to France, this was the regular posting, and this was the posting according to the EU rules. Okay, so I think it's just the Polish context, and it doesn't happen in other countries. Or maybe this business trip sometimes evolves into posting, because a worker is sent to work in a different branch, and then they sign a new contract, and then they, for example, are a posted worker. There are some people working in the Bielsko-Biała plant, and right now they might be sent over to work in France, and possibly they can also enter into an employment contract with this French plant, and they will become a worker of that plant. So this has been our experience in Poland. And this is what is happening in mostly the automotive industries, because the automakers do have plants in several places, several locations. And people sometimes mix up these two things, delegowanie, posting, and oddelegowanie, a business trip. Piotr can also tell you the same because he works for MAN, and he should be able to tell you about this. Yes, I am a leader of the trade union in MAN in Starachowice. In 2022, there were huge layoffs in our plant. 1,000 people were let go, mostly because of the pandemic, but there were also other reasons. This market is really competitive. We compete against other players for people, for spare parts, for anything. And each person who was sacked received a proposal to work for a different company, a different plant of MAN, and none of the workers decided to take up that job offer. Most of them found the work locally, so they did not want to move to a job in a different plant of the same company. They chose to find a totally different job.
Kod nas u Srbiji je malo specifično, jer to su malo drugačiji izazovi. Za vreme korone mi nismo imali upućivanje.
Yes, so we had to face a little bit different challenges. We didn't have widespread posting during the pandemic, but the impact of the pandemic on our sector, on the automotive sector, were huge. The first victim was the Fiat factory. In Serbia, our law allows for sending a certain number of workers to another state, for instance, to Slovakia. But the purpose is not training. It is not to train them. So it is a system that allows us to, in a way, terminate an employment relationship with the local company and to establish a new employment relationship at a subsidiary elsewhere. So, for instance, we had a case of a group of workers from Serbia who were transferred to Poland, and they wanted to stay there because the salaries were higher. So, by contrast, they didn't like work in Slovakia. They didn't like the salary, they didn't like work conditions. I don't know how widespread this phenomenon has been. Nevertheless, some workers didn't want to agree to be sent elsewhere. They were forced to leave the company, and more than 1,000 workers decided to leave Fiat voluntarily. They no longer work for the company. So what happened in our country in 2021 is that we had this rebounding effect, and by contrast, we accepted a lot of workers from Poland. I don't know if they were happy with this situation. Obviously, these postage workers, they kept the Polish salaries, and the cost of living in Serbia is much lower. Well, they wanted to keep earning more and be able to spend less. However, as a result of the outbreak of the war, there was another movement of workers towards Romania. And now the rules changed once again. Right now, workers who are Serbian workers and who are being sent to work in Romania are working for their local salaries, Serbian salaries, and they are getting per diems. But our situation is quite specific because Serbia is not a member state. So in particular, it becomes an issue whenever there is an accident at work and there is no coordination of the security system, especially whenever a worker needs assistance, transportation, and so on. So I hope that the issues that workers have to deal with can be, in a way, resolved. But since all the companies in the automotive system in our country are international, we as trade unions need to try to think about some models for protecting workers who are posted or sent on a different basis to another state so that they remain protected and can seek assistance from a local trade union. That's all for myself. Yes, our colleagues from Slovakia wanted to speak. Okay, so briefly, it's highly interesting that your workers were not happy with terms and conditions of work in Slovakia. I would be interested in learning about the types of contracts that they were offered in Slovakia, because in Slovakia we have a shortage of workers in the automotive industry. So it's the first time that I hear from multiple parties that workers from other states are not interested in working in this specific industry. So I will be interested in learning what are the reasons for this situation. Yes, when it comes to the workers who are offered jobs at the manufactory, but the key issue was the salary. They were getting 1,800 zlotys of relocation benefit during 12 months. So it was a bonus to pay for the accommodation. And regardless of that, and regardless of this package of 50,000 zlotys, so about 11,000 euros, they didn't want to go because they found a competitive job near their homes. Maybe that was one of the reasons why they wanted to stay. So the level of salaries was quite similar, and I believe that the money was the key issue. If I may add something, yes? When it comes to Serbia, I wanted to say that the reason was not the money. It was more about the conditions of work. The manufacturing system was organized in a very strict way. It was fast-paced. There were no breaks. And I believe that people from Serbia, from Poland, from Ukraine complained about it. So this is the feedback we got from our colleagues. We wanted to, protect them. We wanted to ensure that the production production procedures are the same across the company. So if in Serbia we have 32 seconds for a single wheel, you can't do the same in 14 seconds in Slovakia. There's something wrong in here. So if the production cycle is the same and the norms are different, the standards are too high, it's a problem. So that was the problem for posted workers from Serbian, for Ukrainians, as well as for Poles. At least this is the feedback that we have received. Well, we have to distinguish between posted workers and workers that are simply being moved between companies. Yes, it's an important thing. Unfortunately, our mic is not working right now. We can't hear the speaker.
Ja mam naciśnięte jeden, czy to... A czy teraz OK jest tam, jeżeli chodzi o tłumaczenie?
Is it better now? Yes. It might be somebody's phone that's too close to the mic. Okay, right. Yes, so we as a federation, as a trade union, we have 20 years of experience with this phenomenon. Well, 20 years ago, we closed a plant that produced an old model of a car, and we had to relocate workers at that time to other plants in Poland. And well, workers didn't obviously wanted to move, but they had to move anyways because, well, their job was no longer available. So I believe that maybe apart from these work standards, I believe that Slovakian colleagues do not have the translation available. Yes, does everybody have the translation?
A echo, tak? Bo to powinno być wyłączone. Aha, czy jednak jest.
Okay, so let me repeat once again. Is it better now? Is it better now? And do we have translation for our Slovakian colleagues? Okay, great. Yes, so let me repeat. We actually have 20 years of experience with the issue because 20 years ago we closed one of the major plants and we had to relocate workers. So there is always this emotional load. Yes, that it's a hard decision. Either I have to decide to accept the relocation proposal or I need to find a different work for myself. So there is this pressure, yes, to work somewhere else. And we are facing the same dilemma right now because an engine factory in Bielsko will be discontinued and the workers were given a proposal to work in another city or to accept the severance payment and to look for a job elsewhere. And I believe that out of 460 people, and just several tens of people decided to move to another plant and the rest will work elsewhere. So it's a matter of attitude, right? They feel hurt that they are no longer needed, that they are no longer wanted. And the same applies to steelworks plants. So we have two big steel plants, one in Kraków, one in Dąbrowa Górnicza. And a few years ago, we had this big furnace closed. And only a small handful of workers decided to move to another steel plant in Dąbrowa, even though they were offered free transportation and so on. However, now technological processes change so fast, change so profoundly that we are observing a lot of restructuring, closures, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it was unthinkable to close such a huge plant, but now the world is so fast-paced that moving production from one spot to the other, it's not such a big deal. And Piotr has already said that near Tarnów, the owner closed one portion of the plant, offered relocation to workers, but the workers really couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept the fact that they needed to reorganize their personal lives, that they had to commute. So it was not something they could accept easily. Even though they were offered transportation by the employer, so that was organized by the company, and they were also paid per diem, right, because they worked further on. But the interest was not particularly high, and people were not willing to relocate. Moving back to the Fiat factory, I believe that in France, there were some posted workers, so posted, formally posted. So they were paid French salaries there. And I have not heard any complaints because it was a free choice. It was a free choice of these people. It's a different situation when a worker goes to the EHR department, they sign a contract, and they decide to go somewhere for 6 months. They go for 6 months to France, right? They stay there for 6 months, and once every 6 months, they can even use free transportation. And our colleague here, Bogdan, he has been posted so many times. Yes, he is a posted worker, so maybe he could tell us something from his own experience, because it's his lived experience. He worked as a posted worker himself. So maybe you would like to say something. Right, so as Mirek has already said, you have to distinguish between posting workers and to workers that are being simply sent on a business trip professionally somewhere else. So it's been many times that I worked abroad for our company. And now, as you said, there are many colleagues who work for our company in France, but on different terms. So they are actually on an unpaid leave from the Polish company, and they are formally employed during this time by the French company. So it's yet another different structure from the legal point of view. And it's a volunteer-based process. So they do it because they want to earn more money. But when it comes to some internal movements, intra-company movements between different plants, well, the situation is different. As our colleague from Serbia has mentioned, the rhythm of work may differ across plants. Even though these tasks may be similar, they are organized differently. And then you have to commute, right? It might not be a huge distance, but it might be an hour and a half of your time. It destabilizes your personal situation. You can't pick up your children. So some workers decide to opt out, and they prefer to leave a company rather than be posted. Yes, so they either look for some other job temporarily or permanently. From my own perspective, because I have been posted many times, I can say that on the one hand, it posed a lot of difficulties for me, but on the other hand, maybe it won't sound good, but I have to say, how to put it? Let me think. I was employed by a specific company, and this is why I wanted to work there. And I really didn't want to work somewhere else, right? I didn't want to work somewhere else because it's further away, because it's different, and so on. So I believe that it is the cause, the source of a lot of negative feelings. And it's not so great to be abroad for several months, for half a year. It's a lot of time. It's a problem. Not everybody is able mentally to deal with this fact. Thank you very much.
Tak, jeszcze byś chciał, czy? Znaczy, nie, chcę jeszcze też koleżanki uzupełnić, bo...
Yes, let me just add something. One of these aspects of posting is the financial aspect. So if a worker from Krakow received a compensation for the fact that they lost a job because the furnace was simply decommissioned, and obviously this is the consequence of negotiations carried out by trade unions. So they received some severance payments and they could continue to work in another city. Well, some other workers said, I would also like to get a severance pay and a job. So there is this reason for discontent when it comes to joining a team on site, right, in your new company. These workers didn't have a lot of sympathy for the transferred worker because they got the money, they got the job, and the atmosphere within the team was quite particular. Even though it's one multinational, well, it's the same trade union. We are present in both plants, but this human animosity, this human negative sentiment is there, and we shouldn't be afraid of talking about it because it is one of these aspects that influences the situation of posted workers. And sometimes workers say that they prefer to earn less, but they want to have this nice family-like atmosphere on site. So money is not always the decisive factor. If the difference is huge, it's a different story. But if it's a small difference, 10, 15%, workers prefer to work at their original company in a nice atmosphere and so on, because we spend half of our lives at work. We spend up to 8 hours a day with our colleagues. So these emotional relations, the contacts with others, especially among the young generation, are important. Obviously, the younger generations are more mobile, but at some point, every worker wants some stability, right? Especially if you've worked somewhere for 20 years, you want to have this stable perspective for the next decade rather than being forced to switch from job to job. And whenever a new worker joins a new workplace, they might be 50 years old, but since they are new in a specific team, they are the youngest in a way, so they will be given the worst tasks. We know that these are the kind of jobs that other people prefer not to do usually. But, these are important things. If we want to analyze this work environment, these are the factors regarding the atmosphere at work that are also important. That's all for myself.
Também é só para dar relato de algumas do que António.
I would like to add something, if possible. Antonio is going to tell us about it in more detail, but we've heard from many workers the same thing, that despite the higher pay, when you are posted, then you do not always want that. For example, you have a family, a child is born to the family, and a little more money is not enough. And also, after working as a posted worker for a long time, you get tired. You don't want to be away from your home for such a long time. You want to do something else. And the human resources departments need to take that into account. People do not always go for more money. They have other priorities too. They have a personal life, they have families, or they are very attached to the place where they live. So this is exactly the same in our part of Europe. Anyone else? Antonio, you raised your hand. Over to you.
I will change again to English. Well, the discussion is very interesting here, and I thank you all for the inputs that you made. Although, as Nuno now mentioned, this would be better. Anyway, we have done this discussion now. Better in the next with the next presentation on the national situations, but on the posting of workers, it would be good to consider the definition of it. Yeah, it's not the transfer of a worker from one production center to another production center in the same country. This is not included in this definition. It's not migration work, then someone that goes to another country and then changes the contract. It's not a posting process. Then this project was only focused on posting of work. This means workers that there were some cases mentioned here, workers that go or are sent from one company in one country to work in another company or the same conglomerate of companies, the same group in another country. And they do that for less than 4 months, usually. Then, of course, the discussion here, because of the type of countries that we are in presence, are usually from workers that go to another country where the wages are higher. And then the regulations support the workers in order to receive the money adequate to the country where they are going to. Well, there were several cases mentioned here. There's going from Poland to France, then they earn the level of wage that is used in France and not in Poland. But posted work also exists in the other way around. There are many cases, and you know for sure, because most of you are also involved in these companies, that come from Germany to Portugal or to Bulgaria or to Greece, and then what is the situation of these engineers, for example, that spend 3 months in this other country where the wages are very low? Should they be paid by the wage level in the destination country? Well, this is an issue that usually it's not discussed, but it is interesting. But that's why the union movement has also a responsibility to defend the workers in all situations. When they go to a different country where the wages are better, okay, then they should be offered better conditions to work there, but also for the others that go and work for a short period of time, usually 3 months or 4 months, in a country where the wages are lower, they should protect also these workers. anyway, there is a rule, or there are legislation in Europe to protect workers in this movement from one country to the other. Serbia, as it is not a member of the European Union, has to eventually, if they want to integrate the European Union, they have to change legislation in a similar way as it is done in the European Union to protect these workers as well. Other legislation, of course, but at least this one. And this is also a responsibility from the national Serbian union movement to do that, or to demand these changes in the legislation. Then the cases that were focused here are not related with transfer of workers from one factory to another factory in the same country, from different regions, but from one country to another country in Europe. Although some cases that we were following in Portugal also were sending to another African or South American, or there are many cases also in Asia. Well, what we are facing, and here the unions know that, is a more intensive globalization process where these global value chains push the workers to integrate, that are inside these value chains, to work in different environments. And then they should have this protection from legislation and from other working conditions to work inside these global value chains. Most companies that were mentioned here, they are involved in global value chains, mainly the automotive sector. You were mentioning Fiat. Fiat has several plants in Europe, but also belongs to the to Stellantis, and then has a global is a global player. MAN belongs to the Volkswagen Group, is another global player. And then, of course, we are talking of movements of workers from one country to another country, and how it should be done to protect them. This is the issue of this project. But as Nuno also mentioned, this report, this first report that was discussed here, is about the studies that were done already on the manufacturing sector, and we observe that there are very few cases. It seems, from your experience, very valuable experience, there are many interesting cases that should be known, and this means that one outcome of this project should be a demand for further studies, scientific, independent studies on these movements, on these examples, on these problems, on these advantages from working from one country to the other. But mostly there is a reality, a social reality, that is framed by a completely new economical environment that we must know and must be known mostly by the social actors, and in this case by unions, workers' committees, and employers' associations as well. And that's why this project is so important, I think. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, António. Vamos agora.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for your input. Is there anything else that our dear participants would like to say? If not, then perhaps it's a good idea to take a break So let's take a break for half an hour, and we will continue at 10:45 or 11:45 of that time in Sofia, and in other countries it's 10:45.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Can we start? Yeah. Ok. Então, ok. Então, todos já tomamos o coffee break. Vamos prosseguir
All
para.
right, we are back from our break, so we can start now. The next session of today's meeting. And now we are going to present a comparative study of our fieldwork. So we conducted some interviews, we conducted some focus group discussions. Some of them were more general, some of them were more detailed. And Antonio is going to now present the report. Antonio, over to you.
Share my screen. Is this? Yeah. Fieldwork. Yeah. So, hope you enjoyed your coffee. I have also enjoyed my one, or tea. Well, probably this sum up of the fieldwork that was done in the project, posting of workers, is also following somehow the discussion that we had some minutes ago. What I will do is, based on the report of this summing up, on posting in Europe, some rough ideas on what is going on, based again on the reports that were produced, not on the general literature, because this would not be my task for summing the national reports. Then the methodology that was done, and then the main findings and the conclusions. Sorry. Okay. We wanted to, as I mentioned in the first, the aim of the project was to understand the specificities in the countries involved in this consortium. It would be not necessarily about the whole characteristics of posted work and the general legislation applied to it, but the specificities in each country, again, in the manufacturing sector. We intended to collect qualitative information and to have this better knowledge that could enable a comparative study. Again, the countries involved in the project are Serbia and other EU member states as Poland, Greece, Portugal, Bulgaria, and Slovakia. We could, from the different reports, understand that there are differentiated situations, not only between EU and non-EU countries, but inside even the EU countries. There are some main regulations, mainly this directive 67 from 2014 and 957 from 2018 that partially regulate this area of posting of workers. But there were some discrepancies observed between these regulations and the collective agreements in different countries. This was mentioned in several reports. And, for example, the Greek report mentioned that the European Court of Justice has developed a balancing mechanism that determines which country's rules apply in each situation. And then these facts means an approach case by case. And this can generate a legal uncertainty. Then when there is a problem with a worker that is in another country, and this problem goes to the European Court, then they they have just a rule based on the cases that are coming to Luxembourg, not to this European Court of Justice. More or less like the case mentioned by the Serbian colleague, but inside the European Union, this extreme example, we didn't have any feedback, any information of events of similar situation, but anyhow, there are some uncertainties around these regulations. The project was aimed to develop a national field work that should be started after being done the literature review and the database reports by each country. And these fieldwork reports should include empirical material through surveys and interviews. The interviews followed the mapping of main actors and posting of workers. How did we found these main actors related with this posting of workers is based again on the literature review and the so-called gray literature produced by state institutes or even from social partners documents. And the interviews included the main national stakeholders and relevant companies and association representatives in each country. It was intended to perform an online survey organized by the project, but it didn't reach a necessary response rate in any country. Some reports tried even so to make a quantitative analysis, but we can say that this didn't work well, this online survey. And then the most reliable information is based on the interviews. And then the main findings are the following. And we will use the items that were focused for the final report. It is first the impact of COVID-19, and in different reports, they all mention that the posting of workers in the manufacturing sector was significantly affected by COVID. One of the reasons was that many orders were cancelled or suspended. And in other cases, the movement of workers were very controlled, of course, but limited. In most EU countries, challenges of this pandemic crisis was overcome and everything returned to normal after the pandemic. Although for some occupations, the telework could be performed more regularly, but in the manufacturing sector, most occupations are done in presence. in other countries, limitations were observed during this period, and they still remained as a condition in the post-pandemic period. It is not only the online work, but some limitations also on wages, or these situations were reversed, and they produced problems after the pandemics. However, the dominant obstacle to the activity was the collapse of supply chains and the decline in demand for goods. This is interesting because the manufacturing sector is depending, as I mentioned before the coffee break, mainly depending on larger supply chains and mostly global supply chains. And with COVID, these supply chains were collapsed. And even after the COVID, these problems still persist in some way. The pandemic also has shown that many jobs can be done from home, and this was not a novelty, because teleworking has been a possibility since the 70s, 1970s, 1960s even. It started as being possible, but there was some sort of strong resistance from all social partners to allow workers to perform their jobs from home, and the pandemic showed that this is technically possible, and it was supported, and in many cases it continued. It was possible to, for example, to reduce the commuting time. This was felt as very positive, and it was also possible to introduce flexible working hours, and as well, it was possible to change work organization at the supply process, and those were the main interesting factors that followed this pandemic period. In terms of employment conditions, it seems that there were no changes made in terms of employment conditions or differentiation of conditions between posted workers and domestic workers in the manufacturing sector. In European Union, there are rules that these changes should not be done, and this is the case even with the pandemics. Postings are always in European Union in compliance with this directive that I mentioned from 2018. This type of work is generally perceived as attractive for workers. There were some examples that were discussed before the coffee break that mentioned that can be attractive because of the working conditions in countries where the wages are higher, or because of the working conditions are better. Of course, the negative aspects that were mentioned usually are related with the distance from families and friends' environments. The European legislation contributed to improve the employment conditions of posted workers, and this is important, especially after this European directive was implemented, and employers and employees perceived as posting as well an opportunity to gain new experience and to develop professional and personal skills. I think it was mentioned would say most or all reports, national reports, and this is a common ground that from the employee side, but as well from the employer's side, it is an opportunity for as well the companies that are sending workers, but also that are receiving foreign workers. In organizations where trade unions are active, usually labor standards are higher, and this is quite important for the case of posted workers, but in general, this is as well true. Then trade unions mean a positive dimension related with labor standards. The involvement of trade unions on monitoring the posted work is not done in all member states, and this is a problem. Eventually, as a recommendation, this should be performed, that trade unions are more publicly and internally interested on knowing more about posted work, how many are possible, and in which conditions they are performed. In terms of futures, we can say that the standards of companies in the manufacturing sector are characterized by high technological innovations and demand, and these technological innovations also demand for specialists. And these standards are applied almost with no irregularities. This means that the cases that were followed and analyzed in our fieldwork show that there were no problems with posted workers in the manufacturing sector in the countries that were under analysis. However, it was an outcome mentioned that there is a need for additional support and social security, especially in social and health insurance. There were several problems, as I mentioned, also from Serbia, but also inside EU countries. And these must be considered, and it is also a field where unions and workers' representatives can have a saying and an intervention and monitoring activity in these fields. Both employers and trade unions, they highlighted the importance of improved data collection and collaborative strategies and adaptive regulations, for example, as for the case of pandemia. And also they highlighted the prioritization of employee welfare. This is very important as well for the employers. I can mention from the national reports, but especially from trade unions. In terms of risk awareness, because we are talking not only about COVID, but also any risk awareness that can occur in this sector. It was observed that businesses, companies, they were equipped with devices during COVID-19, but in generally they provided a positive evaluation on the posted work during this period. There were cases of posted work even during the pandemia, and then there were no additional problems mentioned about posted work provided in the European Union space. The employees, they valued positively the benefits of travel, accommodation, higher wages, and they had allowed also this separation from the family, although this was not seen as positive, but at least the allowance to be separated was seen as positive. Absence of social dialogue and disregard from the views of trade unions in the adoption of national laws related to posting was also observed. Then this means that the fact that trade unions are not active on the adoption of national laws related to posting can be a problem in the future. Conclusions from these national reports. Well, it seems that it is important to constantly update and monitor developments in the field of posted work, because this has not been done, and the manufacturing stakeholders and workers' representatives, they are not involved in this monitoring activity. The communication and coordination were seen as essential for smoother posting processes, especially during health crisis as the COVID, but can be in any other. That's why it is so important, the analysis on the COVID-19, although some years were gone, fortunately, but it is important to have some lessons learned from this situation. And one is the importance of improved communication and coordination between social actors about these posting processes. The destination countries are often those where the client or supplier companies are located, especially in the manufacturing sector. And this means that, as we have seen, this can occur inside the same group of companies, but also between different group of companies. The occupations that were, or the work process that were related mostly with posting that we followed in the manufacturing are, especially in the metal sector, activities related with maintenance, with programming, with control processes that were done with the presence of workers at different companies. This could be a suppliant or a client case. The posting of workers affects only, in general, all sectors, about 1% of total number of workers in the EU. We can say, okay, it's not a massive process. Posting of workers only is related with a very few number of workers in general. We know as well that, as mentioned before, that the construction and transport sector are those where it is most important, the posting activity. Then the manufacturing is much less, although there are many cases, as I mentioned, of especially with high qualified work that is posted in different countries. Most of this posting occurs in, as I mentioned, high value chains, and these skilled workers are sent or received inside manufacturing companies. Unions must protect posted workers to prevent social dumping. This is important, was mentioned in some reports, but we can generalize these. Should be important also to prevent discrimination and guarantee the labor and social rights of posted workers. Those were the main conclusions that we could find from this national field work, and then this can be a good ground for further discussion among you. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, professor António Brandão Muniz, pela apresentação.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your presentation, for the presentation of the outcomes of our field work. So right now we can open our discussion, and our discussion will be an opportunity for us to express our opinions, views, to share your experiences. So first of all, maybe, do you have any questions to our speaker, or maybe you have some reflections on the presentation and on the outcomes that were presented?
Regulowana kwestia taka, czy ten pracownik jest oddelegowany, czy delegowany.
Okay, so the workers are posted to subsidiaries to do some work temporarily, obviously. And I think that maybe some more supervision is needed. I am an inspector, occupational health and safety inspector. And if we wanted to think about putting forward certain proposals, obviously that would mean much more work for people like myself. But maybe we should include in our laws some rules regarding work terms and conditions that could be supervised. The observance of these rules could be supervised by a trade union representative, like a shop steward, for instance. Because when I was listening to Professor Muniz, what came to my attention is that we need to monitor this process. But at what point? Because once the worker has already been posted, the experience of this worker, if there are any irregularities, right, if they have already occurred, well, it's a little bit too late for the trade union. So the trade unions can usually intervene once something wrong has already happened, so post factum. In Poland, we have some institutions, state institutions, that we can appeal to whenever we need some interference, but they are not so agile and they are not always effective. So my conclusion, my proposal is as follows. Maybe the shop stewards who are a little bit closer to the staff on the floor, right? Maybe they should be the ones in charge of monitoring or supervising the conditions of work offered to workers who are posted to their companies.
Yes, please.
It's a very interesting issue that you raised about inspection of labor and the relation between unions and the inspection of labor. There are some cases where it is possible that a worker that is unionized in one country is sent to another country, and the receiving country, the union there also integrates this worker in their own union. Well, this means that there can be a possibility for communication between unions of different countries to support the activity of this posted worker. The other issue, this means a cooperation also between unions. The other issue that you raised is very important, is the collaboration or the articulation between work inspection and the activity of union. Usually this collaboration is smooth because, or should be smooth, because unions want to defend the working conditions of workers, and the inspection want to control and have all the legal means to comply the companies to provide better working conditions. And then, okay, we know that unions are not labor inspectors. They are different rules, but they can collaborate, they can monitor, they can support the worker that have complaints. And this happens in many cases, as well also in Portugal, as I know. But this can be an issue mainly for the cooperation or an outcome of this project as a cooperation, a need for cooperation between inspection of labor and unions. But I would say also employers should be more aware of this need of monitoring the working conditions in their own premises and to improve these working conditions. But thank you for your question, because I find it as well very important. Although it was not mentioned in the reports, but it is very important. Thank you.
No, we're not waiting for anything else. Does anyone else would like to reply or add something? Observar? Por favor.
Što ja mogu da kažem, ovi izazovi su dosta veliki. Kod nas
I could say that there are a lot of challenges, and the challenges are quite serious. Especially in multinationals, the trade union membership is quite high. Nearly a half of all staff is a trade union member, and a half of them is not. Those who are trade union members have this fast track when it comes to communication. So whenever some kind of bullying happens or the rights of workers are violated, we intervene immediately. We intervene at the Serbian company right now. So if somebody in Slovakia complains of the fact that they have to work every Saturday, every Sunday, these are untypical challenges. So some workers, for instance, went to another country such as Poland, in order to earn more money. but for the money that they get, because they, for instance, get 70 euros for work on Sunday, they work 2-3 weekends per week, and then they get sick. They have no insurance. They call us. They complain of being bullied. They complain of having to work every Sunday, but they don't tell us that they volunteered to work on weekends to earn more money and to bring more money home. And then as trade unions, we are facing some problems. If you decide to leave the country for 2 years, we inform our members that you should go back, you should return home after 3 months. So typically, problems involve the fact that there is a specific group of workers who decide to work elsewhere. There was a case of an engineer who was posted elsewhere. However, the university diploma, the qualifications of these workers were not recognized, and our qualified workers were forced to take simple manual work. For instance, somebody was a skilled worker in our country. They were dealing with bodywork painting, and they were given a much simpler work in Slovakia. So trade unions need to organize. They need to be in touch, and the trade unions in host countries should inform incoming workers of the working conditions in that state. We need to remember that workers who are being hosted in another state, they usually don't speak the language, they don't know the law, and they don't know who they should turn to in case of problems. But if you are a trade union member, you can always call your representative at the trade union. However, the people who are not trade union members do not have this option. This is what we wanted to achieve as trade unions. We wanted to work for 8 hours a day. We wanted to have sufficient rest and so on. It seems to me that many trade unions have forgotten about their original mission. People in Serbia are really afraid of losing the work. They think that their work depends on it. There aren't many jobs of good quality, so it's a challenge. It's a challenge for us, a constant challenge. Yes, so I would maybe add one thing. Workers who agree to go abroad because they are posted or they sign some private contracts to provide services in another state. Well, I believe that these workers often have problems contacting any trade union that could help them to solve problems once such problems occur. For instance, if a worker is forced to work overtime, but I believe that this phenomenon is quite widespread. And even our Polish workers who go to Germany face such issues. But some workers who go abroad simply want to earn as much money as possible in the shortest time possible. So they do say yes to longer hours, to work on Saturdays, to work on Sundays, because typically they earn much more for that. but then they have no time for hobbies, even though it's quite difficult to practice any hobby when you are abroad. Yes, so you typically have more leisure activities at home in your home state. And the contacts with trade unions in your hosting state, I believe, should be easier. So when an employee is being employed, I believe there should be a rule, a legal rule like the one that says that the employee must be trained before starting work. In the same way, they should be informed of the procedure regarding trade union activity at the specific plant. So there should be a procedure. It should be a standard that the worker is informed where and whom they can ask for help when they need it.
Ďakujem za slovo. Ja by som len chcela dodať takú jednu vec, že v zásade, keď zamestnanec odchádza pracovať...
I would like to add that if someone is traveling abroad to work, then they should know the regulations of the country to which they are traveling. Of course, I don't mean they should know all the law, but just the law that applies to you. So if this person, let's say, works in the production, they must know their safety rules. They must know how many hours a day they are allowed to work, how many hours they should rest, what benefits they are entitled to, what additional money they can make if they work over a weekend or if they work overtime. So I believe that there should be an induction program in the beginning when you start work, and they should get familiarized with the regulations. So what happens in our country is that when you start work, you need to know the house rules, the work instruction that are applicable at a given company. And then you sign that you have actually read the instruction and that you have familiarized yourself with the occupational health and safety regulations. But not everyone does that. But if they don't, that means they are exposed to a risk. We were thinking about creating an induction package for people who go abroad, and we would just write down for them all the important information, and we will provide them with some additional instruction. So this is one of our proposals, that there should be an induction package for people traveling abroad to work. I would also like to add that in Portugal, we heard not from the employees, but we heard from managers of companies that they didn't have information about the host countries to which they send employees. And one of the questions that was asked to the European Commission and European Parliament, it was a proposal to create a European database where all information about posting workers would be included. It would be not only for the companies, it would be for the workers, and everybody should have access to that. Because that information is crucial to them. And it's a very important conclusion that we have drawn from our fieldwork in Portugal. There's one more thing to say. The European Labour Agency must be effective in what they do. And they must make information available to employees, also trade unions, but also business owners, because right now they have difficulties accessing the information. So ELA was created and they should provide the information, but there can also be a labor inspection agency created as well. Thank you. So when you go abroad, then you work in a small team, and usually there is someone who knows the language, but the other members of the team don't know the language. And there is a problem with the language barrier. I have an experience from my company, MAN, and we send workers to work at external service companies. And these are not facilities operated by MAN. These are facilities operated by the carriers, hauliers, and usually there is no trade union established at that facility. And when we talk to them, they say they are forced to work long hours because work needs to be done urgently. So they do overtime. They work beyond this daily working standard, 8 hours. Sometimes they even work for 13 hours. So when they report it to us, and we provide an intervention, we talk to the management board at a local facility, and then the situation improves, but for a little time. Then it's back to normal again. And the problem is that people working abroad have no one to talk to urgently when there is a problem. So, of course, they can make a phone call or they can complain after they come back, but it takes time, and they should be able to contact someone immediately when something bad happens.
No. Did you raise your hand?
No. Well, I wanted to say that from this discussion it is very interesting to understand that there is a need for further cooperation between unions of different countries. Well, could make the question itself that the unions that are here represented by you have close cooperation with other unions of different countries. For example, Serbian unions have collaboration with Polish unions to protect their workers that are moving from one country to the other, or from Bulgaria and Portugal or whatever. Sometimes we demand also from the European Union that should provide more information, and there are this European Labour Authority. We have the OSHA, the Organization for Safety and Health in Bilbao, the European Foundation for improvement of working conditions, and so forth. And there are several European institutions that are producing information about what is going on in different countries. Also CEDEFOP, for example, with these comparative skill of different EU members. There were several documents produced already on that. But the collaboration, direct collaboration between unions from one country and the other, probably it's not developed. And here the examples that you are mentioning of one worker from one country that goes to the other and feels him or herself somehow isolated, alone, without any links, it is also an issue for the local unions to protect these workers or integrate them and to provide some support for their activities. This could be a way of overcoming these problems of posting between different countries, I think. But usually the unions are just focused on their own workers in their own country and not with the others. No. But posting is revealing a new reality of movement of workers from one side to the other. And yeah, this can be an interesting reality and a challenge for the unions as well.
Jeszcze małe chwilę. Znaczy tutaj konkludując tą wypowiedź i też te informacje, które były.
Let me add also that whenever there is a European Works Council, then the collaboration is there between EWCs. We know that we have our members in the EWC and they remain in close contact with other members and they share experiences. And whenever there is a worker posted to a different country, then we provide them and we are able to access the most basic information. So there is no problem with that, because some of our colleagues are members of EWCs. But perhaps what Antonio meant was that when there is no EWC and when a worker is posted to a service provider company, then there is lack of information, and then the worker has to get familiar with the information on their own. But I believe there is a lot of exchange and communication between EWCs, and they remain in a dialogue with the big corporations, and not always the big companies do provide us with information that concern some immediate changes. Sometimes when a meeting is held and there are conversations and discussions held, and only later they find out information that was long ago posted online, and it's about changes, for example, structural changes. My experience is similar to Zoran's experience, because we are also members of the EWCs, and we are implementing other projects related to EWCs. But I want to assure you that there is some exchange and communication between EWCs. We remain in touch with other members of EWCs. We give each other mobile phone numbers and we remain in touch. We talk. We say what's up in our facility or in our plant. So the collaboration is there, but of course there is some room for improvement, and you can always do better than you're doing now. And this is what we want to do. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Sim, ainda temos alguns minutos. Não sei se alguém quer acrescentar alguma.
There are some minutes left. So if you want to add anything, feel free to do so.
Please go ahead.
Sorry? The European councils, but there mostly are represented the workers' committees and not the unions. That's why I was raising this issue of direct relation between unions of different countries. But the workers' committees, the European workers' councils, companies are an interesting example of sharing information, but we would need to improve this international cooperation between unions, not at the summit level, but at the ground level, directly from company union to another company of union, especially when this supply chain is stronger and there are posted workers moving from one country to the other. But thank you for your comment as well.
Możemy lunch.
Sim, de facto agora então podemos chegar ao fim. Foi uma
Very well. Let's summarize what we have done so far. It's all very interesting. So now we have time for lunch, and we will start our lunch at 1 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., we will try to look at the different scenarios for posting in Europe, and the presentation will be delivered by Antonio Moniz, and I believe this presentation will be followed by an interesting discussion because this is a very vital topic. So let's now take a break for lunch, and we will see each other at 1 or 2 p.m.
Let us first take a picture. Let us take a picture all together. It is important also for our documentation. We need to settle with the funds. We need to generate documentation of our meetings. So I would like all of us now to pose for a group photo, maybe in front of the flag that's at the other corner of the room. So a group photo and then the lunch break.
You go there.
Recording stopped.
Okay, say cheese.
Smacznego. Wysyłam teraz na WhatsAppie, tak żeby. Tak. Uzupełnimy post, wiesz, i... No chyba tak, wiesz, no tak. Tak? Ja tu powysyłam wszystkim, wiesz, rozumiesz? Serbia. Dzięki, teraz ja ci też wyślę.
Not zero, no one.
Trzymamy i jeśli...
I want you to
Jeszcze ciekawe. Znaczy, to wysłane.
Czekaj, bo ty mi wysyłasz. Aha, to jeszcze jedno.
Czekaj, bo tu kurwa siądę, uzupełnię, bo to potem wiesz jak to jest, kurde, nie?
You can be.
Czekaj, kurde, bo to jest... Czekaj, to ci już wysłałem, nie? Także...
Ja tobie wysłałem 2.
Aha, dobra, a ja to tylko przekaż dalej, czekaj. Nie ma to. Piotr Śmiedziński, czekaj, wysłałem, dobra.
Ale chyba to pierwsze. A nie, bo już się popatrzyli, gdzie on poleciał za nim wszyscy.
Mhm. Czego kurwa, Piotr Śmiedziński. Dobra. Wysłałem. I teraz na to. I teraz przekaż, czekaj, to będzie jeszcze. Czyli to jest tego łóżka. Jada. Super, kurwa, teraz wystarczy.
Ale powiem ci, że to jest dobrze. Znaczy, bo my mamy tą europejską radę zakładową. I to byłby dobry właśnie taki, żeby, bo ja mam z nimi kontakt na WhatsAppie właśnie, żeby im przekazać, że jedzie tam do was, do firmy.
No, bo to wiesz, bo to...
ich tam ochroną jakoś, zatroszczyć się o to.
Tu ja was wyślę, dobra. Następnie, czekaj, to... Przegnać teraz będzie, czekaj, co tam jeszcze chciałem zmówić. Nie wiem, czy tłumacze są już gotowi, powiedzmy?
Do we have interpreters with us? Is everybody ready? I believe we are not connected yet. Oh, yes, yes, we do have interpretation. Okay, perfect, fantastic. All right, dear colleagues, so I believe we can resume our project meeting. I know it's the best time possible for our participants because after having a meal, everybody would love to have a short nap. But I believe that our discussion will nevertheless be quite lively and that after 2 hours, in 2 hours, we could close our meeting at about 4 o'clock local time. So, now Professor Antonio Moniz will present to us the possible scenarios for the development after the pandemic as regards the posting of workers in our sector. And afterwards, we will have a little bit of time to return to certain topics, I believe topics related to our trade union work, and then we will close our meeting. So now let me hand over the mic to Professor Antonio Moniz, and then obviously a discussion will follow. So that's all from myself, and now let me hand over the mic to Professor.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and sorry.
Był dobry.
Yes, indeed, indeed, it was super delicious.
I will share my screen with some proposals for scenarios. About posted workers and based on the previous work done during this project. Then I will try to make a small introduction and with some possible trends on the development of this form of contracting workers in Europe, and then establish four scenarios and make some conclusions for discussion. Well, these possible scenarios are based on the national reports. The calculations that are provided are not based on accurate quantitative calculations, but you will see that they are more indicative. And they will be assumptions of qualitative trends that we can acknowledge from these reports and the literature about posting workers. And they can, the scenarios be based on hypotheses that I will provide you for this definition. In terms of trends, well, we already talked about some of them. And the data that we have, the latest one, mentioned that in 2015, there were 2 million posted workers in EU. About this represents only 1% of the total workers in European Union. Although there was an increase of 40% between 2010 and 15. This means that we understand that there was, especially before COVID-19, an increase in the number of posted workers. There are no more recent statistics about these fluxes of posted workers in the countries under analysis. And then we don't have any data of post-COVID. We know as well that 36% of all posting are concentrated in the construction sector. But in a European study, they mentioned that subcontracting is especially common in some sectors with where the price is sensitive and also the issues of labor are sensitive. For example, construction is one, shipping or shipbuilding, meat industry and food industry, and manufacturing. A high number of transfers inside companies that we already were present in the discussion take place usually to the Netherlands and France mostly, and they reach high skill sectors, and these posting of workers, high skilled workers, are mostly done on the ICT sector, information and communication technologies, and on the sector of professional, scientific, and technical activities. Well, these details, for example, were not mentioned in the national reports. We don't know inside manufacturing which are, it seems from some reports that metal sector is one important, but not this kind of similarity. The percentage of postings coming from neighboring countries, any neighboring countries, can be as high as 80% in the European Union. The EU average time that posted workers deliver a service in another country are less than 4 months as an average. 2019, Germany was the country that receives the most posted workers, more than 500,000 workers. And most of them are coming to Germany from Poland. Germany is also a member state that is sending most of their workers to the countries that are part of this study in concrete. So this was also mentioned here, that some posted workers can face language and cultural barriers, and it can as well lead to poor working conditions and limited access to social protection, as the Bulgarian report referred. So, using the latest data that we have, you have here the data for Europe. Well, from 1 million in 2010, it was around 1.5 million in 2015 and 3 million to 2019. Then there was a straight increase in sending workers. For the cases that are under study, I included Germany as well, because it's the most important country. Of course, it's the largest country in terms of population, and then this plays also a role in terms of the number of sending and receiving. But anyway, I put here the numbers. We can see in all countries a clear increase, except for Poland and Portugal, that from 15 to 19 didn't reach an increase, but the levels were high comparative to 2010. Then we see an overall increase in the sense of sending, in the sense of receiving workers, there was also a huge increase. Well, from almost 1 million in 2010, it increased to close to 3 million in 2019. Again, the most numbers are for Germany in terms of receiving, that 500,000 in 2019. These numbers also increase in all countries object of this study. Then all of them are receiving more workers. We don't have data for Serbia. Then we can establish, and we are going to work on that, on the difference, the balance between sending and receiving in thousands. Then, as you could see, the numbers. Well, I can show you the previous one. Then here is 3 million in Europe. Then receiving 2 million. The difference is 300 receiving. Then, when we compare these numbers, Germany was sending more workers than receiving, and then in 2019 reversed this situation. Then is receiving much more workers. Sorry, is sending more workers. Greece receives always more workers than sends. Then the others are sending more workers. Well, the first scenario, the main hypothesis is based on the fact that most posted work applies for qualified workers within global value chains. And there we can try to continue this evolution. We understand that, and the examples that were discussed in this conference are precisely from this sector, the automotive sector, but and we understand automotive sector not only assembly final products, but also supplying components for the car industry. And these can mean that mostly system developers, maintenance engineers, or team leaders at production lines are sent to clients in a different tier of the industry. Then our hypothesis is that within this possibility of evolution, that mostly posted workers are integrated in these global value chains, this means that the number of sending workers will increase. And then this would apply to most cases, even for Germany in principle, although we can discuss on these scenarios for 2025 or 2030 that this evolution would not be so high. I had also in consideration numbers that could evolve from COVID, where there are supposed, well, we don't have the figures, but there is a clear indication that there was a decrease in the number of posting workers. Then that's why we don't do an automatic evolution. And then our idea is that this would mean that eventually Greece will continue with this evolution of increasing the quantity of receiving workers, but the others are sending more workers. Another scenario that is plausible is that this practice of posting workers would, we know that there are some indications in this sense. But if this is a main trend, we don't know. But that is a possibility, is a scenario that there will be more temporary relocation of workers, of employees to work in another EU country that will be subject to abuses or violations of economic rights. This can be a problem, but this means that companies can have some shifts of their strategies and to use mostly less qualified work to work in another country, and where these employment contracts are not very clear. In this scenario, for example, we can understand that the number of temporary labor would increase, and this would mean mostly for precarious work in order to increase profits from of the client firms. For example, short-term contracts will become predominant form of precarious employment relations. This is a possibility, unfortunately. As most posted workers are sent to neighboring countries, especially in Central Europe, also there are more neighbor countries relations in Central Europe instead of Scandinavia, Iberian Peninsula, and even the south of Europe. There are less neighbors. This scenario can reveal that the increase of posting workers is due to labor costs more than skills in these peripheral countries. Then this can mean, as you can see, that the number of sending can continue the same way in Europe, but for example, Germany would not send so much, but receive more. Again, would be this first situation of 2010, 2015, where Germany was receiving much more workers and precarious work for the manufacturing, and this would be in the future the same situation. The others would have slight differences, but in some cases there could be a variation in terms of sending more. This would mean, on the reports it was mentioned, some problems of lower qualified work that can be used for this posting in these countries. But this is a possibility. The other scenario is, a more wishful thinking scenario, we could say, where the recommendations and the application of legislation is completely accepted and used. This means that posted worker could be a form of work with high attractiveness in Europe, and as well, we discussed this also in the morning, the European Labour Authority could work more effectively to control the application of the directives and the legislation in each country. Then these directives, this legislation would fall under the remit of this European authority. This could mean that the increase of posted work could be done, but there would be a more balanced evolution in terms of sending and receiving. Then would be I would not say that in 2040, for example, the trend would be a balance equal to 0. This means equal number of sending, equal number of receiving, but this would be, well, the more acceptable scenario if all the rules are meant, and then although they are applied, but of course we can understand that the total increase could be slightly be higher, but not strongly higher. This is one scenario. The other one is, well, based on the idea that the use of posted work will remain the same in the long term. This would mean that we could understand that 2022 would be a strong decrease, but then the trends could be the same as felt before. Then, although posting this form of work would be a source for controversy, some have problems, others would look for this kind of work for the advantages that they can have. But we could foresee a strong trend of more sending workers, except in this case it could decrease in the case of Bulgaria, for example, or Greece, but the others would send more, but especially Germany could have more if we follow this same trend. It seems that it will be continuously difficult to unionize posted workers, especially in the destination countries, but there would be an increase of sending posted labor for these countries. Well, a summary of these scenarios. The scenario 4 is an extrapolation of the present trends. The total quantity of posted workers probably will not vary in next few years, but it is possible that this scenario 3, the recommendations accepted, is the only one that could be more favorable for an expected growth of posting workers. But we can as well expect that the precarization would increase significantly, especially the type of work that is not performed under regulated conditions. Then work less qualified and without rules, so to say. Then the signs for a possible increase should be under surveillance in all European countries, and we have means to control it. This increase control does not mean to forbid the posted work. The other way around is to improve, but with good working conditions. But the role of the labor inspection at the national level or at the European level is quite important. Conclusions. Posted work in the manufacturing sector does not necessarily have the same characteristics of the whole posting activities. This is important to say. The definition of posting work is not related with migrant labor. This is another type of labor, and usually using different type of workers. Normally in European Union, and we hope also in the candidate states, a worker that will be posted has a contract in a sending company and will work for an agreed period of time in a receiving company. And it is always a contracted labor. Then, if this precarization scenario occurs, this means that this legislation about what is posted work would be contradicted, and this could be or become a big problem. For example, an aspect that was mentioned in the Portuguese report that can be interesting is that collective bargaining agreements need to provide indicators that make estimations about evolution in a certain sector. For example, about the workers, the number of workers covered by these collective agreements and the number of companies represented by both parties. But these indicators can be used to improve our understanding of process of posting workers. This is quite interesting because we can say then, as a conclusion, that the information on posted workers should be shared among social partners and be also an object of dialogue and to be an object of negotiation across countries, not only within European members, European Union members, but also with other candidate EU members. And this is interesting that collective agreements in terms of sectors should also include this kind of information. When this information happens, in principle, the workers themselves would be better protected and under better working conditions. We know that this is a major problem for the construction sector, but we would say within a possible negative scenario as the precarization scenario, this would be very important and would prevent the negative impacts of this precarization scenario. Otherwise, the pressure from manufacturing companies to reduce costs, especially labor costs, and increase profits would mean a decrease in the practice of posted work in the manufacturing sector. Why? Because the characteristics that we understood from the manufacturing sector is that posted worker is usually not a low-skilled worker, but a high-skilled worker. Then, if companies are pursuing their strategies towards reducing labor costs, then posted work will be reduced. And this is my contribution for these conclusions. If you need, I can come back again to some data or some aspects for this discussion. Thank you for your attention.
To Antonio, dziękujemy za przedstawienie tych.
Thank you, Antonio, for presenting the different scenarios in the area of posting to us. I think there is one more source of influence to any potential posting in the future. And I am mostly speaking about the posting of workers from a certain company to its branches that are located within the EU. It seems to me that the local market plays an important role. For example, what is the unemployment rate in a given market? I understand that when the unemployment rate is high and when a company is looking for people, then they can source the people locally. And however, when the unemployment rate is low, then these companies face difficulties recruiting workforce and employing workforce in the local market. And then these companies, these big corporations, are looking for opportunities to hire personnel from a different facility of the same group. In Poland, the Stellantis group had excessive amount of workers in one facility, but because they didn't have much work at that plant, and another plant had so much workload, and these people were offered to transfer to this different plant. So actually in facility or plant A sacked people and plant B hired people. This is what happened, but what should happen is that the company simply transfer people between different plants. So I believe that the rate of unemployment has a lot of significance. In Germany, the unemployment rate is low and has remained low for some time. And the Polish companies posted a lot of workers to Germany for construction and for renovation work. And when Poland joined the European Union 20 years ago, then these European countries implemented directives to protect their labor market, their local labor market, to cut down on migrant work, but also to impose other measures. So, for example, some countries introduced the so-called period where they didn't have to accept workers from other EU countries. For example, in some countries, it was 7 years. So we always need to look at this topic of posting workers broadly. And when I'm looking at the possible scenarios, then I believe that the directive on minimum wage also will have some impact on that. Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the European Parliament, she announced that this directive will be implemented and will take effect. So I believe this will have some impact. These less wealthy countries, such as Poland, we would like the minimum wage to be regulated, but other more wealthy countries, they would prefer to impose some other regulations. For example, the minimum wage to be expressed as the median of, like, average wage. But this will have an impact in the future when people move from one location to another or from one country to another, because these financial matters do matter. However, we mentioned here that the money is not always the priority, and people choose to work somewhere not because of the money, but because they are close to family or their friends. But I believe that the minimum wage and the directive on the minimum wage will definitely have an impact on the posting of workers. And I'm not speaking here about migrant labor, because there will always be migrant workers who are looking for a better life somewhere else. In Poland, we have 1 million or 1.5 million employees working here who are from Ukraine, from Moldova, and this is our unemployment rate right now is roughly 5%. And there is a saying that only those remain unemployed who do not wish to find work. So it's safe to say that in Poland, there is a shortage of labor. And for us, for the trade unions, this is a very positive trend, because there are no tensions. Let's say there are layoffs somewhere. This is a very difficult situation for workers. Right now, we don't have that. It's easy to find a job close to the place where you live, actually within a 50-kilometer radius even. And it's true. So I believe that these two scenarios, these two actually factors will play an important role. One of them is the unemployment rate, and the other one is the minimum wage regulation. It will definitely affect the way that the posting of workers will evolve over the coming years until 2025, 2030, or even 2040. So this has been my point of view, but please, dear colleagues, share with us your thoughts on this and your opinions. Let me comment, and maybe you will find my comment interesting. I believe that the posting of workers plays an important role for German economy, especially in the future, going forward, and this will definitely be maintained, the trend in the future. Germany is a huge export country, and this is something that they will continue doing in the future. And posting of workers will allow them to materialize, for that scenario to materialize. It will help them go through that. And Germany will be able to retain their leading position in the future thanks to the posting of workers. However, if the German economy is in recession or the export of vehicles changes, the pattern of export changes, then they may face a slump, and maybe the scenario of precarious conditions will prevail. So this situation for migrant workers and the situation for posted workers is not that certain, because I believe that the tendency to look for lower costs will prevail. And that's why companies will always try to look for cheap labor. So Germany is actually the economic engine of Europe. So they will determine whether posted work will intensify or will decrease. I hope posted work will remain to be a decent type of work. If Germany still develops their export of vehicles, then this should be fine. Otherwise, I believe we will risk the precariat scenario.
Ajmo barem da prekinemo tišinu i ne kažemo da smo loši đaci, ništa nismo.
There was an awkward silence for a minute, and that's why I'd like to say something. In Serbia, the situation is quite specific. We're not an EU member. We've been a candidate country for years. And I'd like to say something on behalf of the trade unions and on behalf of the organization I represent here. For us, it's very important that the labor laws and the social security and taxes are regulated for the posted workers. And we, the trade unions, need to ensure that these laws and these measures are maintained. I keep coming back to what I said before. We need to go back to square one. We need to restart our system, because right now our system resembles slavery. We're not slaves, but actually we cannot have a decent life even though we have a work. In the past, the slaves had work and the owners paid them for meals and gave them a place to stay. Right now, we have a job, but the money is not enough to fund our food and our life and accommodation. This has to change. The path that we are going along is impossible. We have these huge bank loans on our shoulders, and people are starting to rebel against this. People from the Balkans go to Germany, people from Germany go to the Scandinavian countries, and we mostly get people from Vietnam or Africa. We have to stop that vicious circle. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the capital world, the money world, the businesses, big businesses, are trying to start a new slavery right now. We've been talking about Germany, but if we, the trade unions, start thinking about it, then we realize that the employers made a lot of money during the pandemic. The working conditions were a disaster. The money was not good, but the companies made a lot of money. What does it mean? We have to fight for our rights again, because the business world is trying to thwart our efforts, is trying to take away from us. So we should go to the European Union, but maybe we're not ready to do that yet. The situation in my country is really bad. The prices are exorbitant. I visited Bulgaria, I visited Poland and Spain as well. And I can't believe how high the prices in our country are. As I said, the labor laws, the taxes, and the social security are three very vital issues we need to fight for. Other things, after we've done the first part only. Thank you. I'd like to comment on what our Serbian colleague said. I've just had a thought. I didn't know about this dire situation in your country. I am keeping my fingers crossed for Serbia to join the EU as soon as possible. I believe that then your country will simply need to implement the labor laws and other laws at the same level as they apply in the EU. And maybe the situation will improve. Well, we went through a similar period just before joining the EU. We had been struggling with a lot of problems back then, and I have to say that joining the EU solved some of those problems. But of course, some changes will happen. They are inevitable, and they will change the way in which your country will operate and continue. Ladies and gentlemen, with regret, but I have to speak about the Green Deal. Believe me, I'm far from saying it's unjustified to implement it, but we have to be aware that the Green Deal will affect the labor market directly. I'm looking at the steel making industry and the metal industry. And we anticipate that there will be unemployment in our sector due to that. I think that in other branches of our economy, the situation will be very, very similar. Thank you, Andrzej. Yes, I was in Warsaw with Zoran, and we were talking about the European Green Deal and the just transition, because some directives impose certain obligations on our countries. We'll see how the situation evolves, because it will definitely have an impact on the labor market and on the employment. We are a little apprehensive because we fear we might lose workplaces in the industry. And the employment in industry is not bad. If you look at the average salaries in industry, they're quite all right. The average salary in industry is higher than the average industry in other sectors in Poland. So it would be 8,500 Polish zlotys when the average Polish salary is 7,000 Polish zlotys. Zoran, I'd like to ask you something. You've been a candidate country for quite some time, many years. What are the prospects for you? We are 2 years into the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is also a candidate country. Croatia is already a member. Bulgaria and Romania and Macedonia and Bosnia, there's talk about these countries. So what are your prospects? What is the time scale for you? There has been also talk about Turkey willing to join the EU. They are an affiliated member. So what can you tell us? You won't like my answer, I'm sure. We want to be a member of the EU, but we are facing problems. And this is because of Kosovo. Kosovo is around our neck. So what Russia is doing to Ukraine, it's what NATO did to us in the 1980s. So they bombed us because they wanted us to give up Kosovo and to the benefit of Albania. So there is a huge conflict. And both the EU and NATO are saying Russia is bad because they are at war with Ukraine, but we need to shift the balance. If you read about the reasons why we were bombed in 1998, it's exactly the same reason why sanctions were imposed on Russia right now. We used to be a part of the former Yugoslavia. There were 27 million of citizens in the former Yugoslavia, and it had a huge automotive industry and big companies that went bankrupt. And then Yugoslavia split into Croatia, Macedonia, and Serbia, and Montenegro. And there is no structure. There are no companies. And what we can actually do now is not much. If we raise the price of labor in our country, and if the salaries of our citizens are higher, then all these companies like Audi and BMW, everything costs more, not €5, but €25. So the companies want to be in our country, not because they like our country, but because the price of labor is low and also the energy cost is low. So we are trying to follow the trends in your countries, but we are facing difficulties joining the EU. We would have to give up Kosovo in order for us to join the EU. It is difficult. It's like someone altering your history. Let's say that Vikings used to live in Poland. What would you say to that? Not Poles, but Vikings. So for us, it is a problem that cannot be easily solved. I am 54 right now, and they say that time heals all wounds. Today, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of our country being bombed by NATO. And when someone asks me, is it really? Was it 25 years ago? Yes, indeed. It was 25 years ago. It seemed like yesterday. I know I'm a bit off topic, but I'm speaking straight from my heart. I come from the automotive industry. I used to work in Zastava. Now I work in Fiat. So the Green Deal is a huge problem right now. And the digitalization and the electric cars, they're good, but as a result of that, jobs disappear. Our colleague here from the automotive industry knows what it means when the value of a product decreases. So you cannot raise the price of labor, so you have to make the product cheaper. And even if the state provides you with some subsidies, it's not enough. For us, to be able to afford things, the companies must artificially make products cheaper. Why don't all of you drive a Tesla? Because simply we cannot afford that. So there are a number of challenges we have to face. It is true, the Green Deal is a problem. When the tap with the Russian gas was turned off, it was Germany who first returned to coal-fired plants. So who polluted the world? Was it us or was it the US and Germany? And who should pay for the atmosphere and the soil to be cleaned? It should be the countries that polluted it. And what happens? It's us who are left alone with this burden. In Serbia, there is a saying, wherever you turn, you're behind is always behind. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, okay. So it's very interesting that you also touched upon the topic of the Green Deal. Yes. So we could also talk about it, a sort of a little bit on the margin of the topic of this conference, because also Poland will struggle to follow the rules agreed within the Green Deal package. But, in Mercedes, Germans intend to invest in the development of combustion fuels. So, as you have said, these countries are actually returning to coal mining, and they are leaving the Green Deal aside. So they are getting ready for the possibility that something will go wrong, and they continue their investment in these time-tested technologies. So that's something that I wanted to add to what you have said, sort of concurring with your line of thinking. Well, I'm not a trade union member. I am a researcher here. But even as a researcher, I believe that I should say something. So we can't just be against the Green New Deal. It's just going against the current. It means that we will always be somehow opposed to what is actually happening. There are people who have gray hair, as I do, and remember the old times, but we can't go ahead as we used to, and it's a consequence of how we used to operate. So the Green Deal is not something that is imposed on us to fight against coal and so on, because it's a measure for us, for survival, for the survival of our children. I believe I know that some jobs will disappear, but we have a lot of experience, and we see that these workers became simply reskilled and found the jobs elsewhere. So it's about lesser evil. It's not about driving Teslas or hydrogen-fueled cars. It's about lowering the CO2 emissions. It's our duty. It's a necessity. There is no other option. And within the options that we have, we can decide what to do. It's not enough to say, we don't like it, we will not buy it, and so on. We need to present options, possibilities, and you, as trade union leaders, as activists, you have something to say. You can say that we can't really focus on certain opinions. We need to try to reach an agreement, look for common solutions. What is important is that the automotive industry has to deal with many different challenges: automation, globalization, geopolitical issues, military issues, and so on. So there are many challenges that the sector is facing. However, we cannot ignore them. We need to keep them in our minds as we reflect on the topic, but we do need to reach a consensus. We need to ensure that the European Union and Europe, as well as the situation in candidate states and in other states, is better. So I'm saying that because it's my opinion as a citizen. I wouldn't like this point of view to remain unheard. Yes, we do agree with you. I think we do agree completely. Well, the problem is that we, as Europe, are one of the smallest continents. Australia is the smallest, but we are the only ones that started to fight for the protection of the environment. At the same time, Northern America, Asia, Africa, they decided not to join us and they continue to pollute. So we will lose our jobs and we will implement the Green Deal and we will do everything to save our planet, while the other continents will make no steps in the same direction. I can see no willingness in the US to lower the pollution, not to mention about India, about China. These countries emit so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, not to mention Russia. So how can our small Europe save the world? And we already see that the cost will be huge. The cost for us as workers, the cost of this implementation, well, the goal is noble. The goal is just, but it's only Europe who decided to commit to the attainment of this goal. Well, maybe if I may, I would like to add a small comment. Just 2 sentences, very briefly. To be honest, we as Europe, as this tiny dot in the scale of the entire Earth, our Green Deal, I think it represents like Don Quixote's fight, because even if one volcano erupts, it emits much more CO2 than the entire industry for 50 years, right? And we continue to fight with these emissions. So regardless of the vehicles that we will introduce into our streets, if we do not mobilize everybody to move in the same direction, we as Europeans will have very little impact on the attainment of this goal. So I wouldn't like to say that I'm against it, but we need global solidarity. And let me add something to what my colleagues have said. Citizens want the implementation of the Green Deal to slow down, especially in Poland, as far as I can say. And maybe it's not the mainstream media that say so. Now we have the public TV. I myself I'm not against the Green Deal. I do understand the need to introduce these measures, but I do believe that we should slow it down. I do believe that the changes imposed on us by the Green Deal should be implemented more slowly, because we simply can't afford it. You gave us the example of Tesla. Well, this is the first thing that comes to our mind. But if you think about the cost of a new Tesla, because we know that it makes no sense to purchase a used one, but how much does it cost in relation to our wages? So the thing that we fight for in our companies, it's difficult to accept it. It's difficult to talk about choosing a new Tesla, given the wages that are being offered to us. So yes, the Green New Deal, you said that we need to save our children, we need to save our grandchildren. Yes, so in the perspective of 50 years or other decades, it makes sense if it's being introduced very slowly rather than being imposed on us by the EU. Well, if I may add something, I would love to say that The very launch of the Green Deal depends on the country. There are highly developed countries and there are less developed countries in the European Union, even if we are talking about the European Union only. So we are starting our journey from different places. I have been to Norway. When it comes to e-mobility, it's well developed. There are a lot of charging stations, a lot of e-vehicles. But in Poland, I believe that right now we are completely unprepared to introduce the new deal. First, we need to take care about our foundations and then build upon it. I have no idea to negate the fact that it is necessary to pursue the environmental goals, but it seems unjust and inappropriate to proceed at the same pace everywhere. Well, in Poland and in the entire EU, we've recently had the farmers' protests. Well, they concerned the import of grain from Ukraine, as well as some Green Deal directives, some Green Deal rules. But let me tell you that whenever EU imposes some goals, in the case of steelwork plants, I do assume that the new hydrogen-based technologies would be cheaper than the current ones. But right now, these new technologies are very expensive. And so ArcelorMittal is thinking whether it should keep steelwork plants in Europe at all, because the burdens imposed by the EU are so huge that it's cheaper to move the technology to Turkey, to India, and Europe, nevertheless, will be forced to buy steel, because without steel, let's be honest, nothing works. You will have no infrastructure, you will have no construction. And even if you think about renewable energy sources, for instance, wind energy, well, you are supposed to build these turbines out of Chinese steel, because we will not have our steelworks plants in Europe. And the same applies to this carbon footprint. We thought that once a carbon footprint is introduced, as was supposed to happen in October, all of the goods imported in the EU will be subject to this extra tax. And now it turns out that Europe only issues some advisements, some warnings, and only after 2025, maybe some tax will be introduced. So there is this competitive inequality because we have to comply with those rules, and at the same time, goods that are non-compliant can be freely imported. Yes. So the production of steel is a perfect example of that. Right now, the CO2 emissions increases the cost of production of 1 ton of steel. To produce 1 ton of steel, you need to emit 2 tons of CO2. Right now, we know that it's about 72 euros that you have to pay per 1 ton of CO2. But, you know, the prices fluctuate, and it used to be even 100 euros. So now let us imagine that 1 ton of steel produced in EU costs 200 euros more. So everybody would import a steel from some other non-EU states. It's logical. Okay, so to close down this discussion, on the 7th of June, we will elect our representatives to the European Parliament. We, as trade unionists, maintain our relationships with MPs, EMPs. We talk about the Green Deal, and we, as the citizens, will decide by voting what is the direction in which this transformation, this transition will develop. We will not stop it. We will not stop it because we are already moving in this direction, but we should not fall victim to this revolution, because as they say, revolution eats its own children. So the direction is just, but Europe should not fall victim to what it came up with, yes, and the other continents will only profit from it. Okay, yes, so let me just add something very, very briefly to close this topic. In the context of posting of workers, the worker flows, ensuring decency and the compliance with rules, they may only contribute to the success of the German economic model in the long term. Because today, German companies build cars that sell well, they produce cars that are hydrogen fuels, electric vehicles. We cannot expect them to buy combustion engine fuel vehicles with combustion engines as 20 years ago. So if we are talking about posted workers today, they are posted to work on projects that hope to stimulate new products that will change our future. I believe we are somewhat approaching the end of our meeting today, don't we? Aren't we? Yes, well, we in Poland have 20% of our electricity from renewable energy sources, and 80% of our electricity comes from fossil fuels. So if you charge your car using electricity from fossil fuels, you may actually produce more CO2 than by using these traditional cars. Because if we have still 50% of energy from renewable sources, and we have 50% of energy from combustion fuels, well, you can't eliminate combustion fuels, fossil fuels completely. There are many problems. For instance, you can't send electricity, you don't have transmission grids that are strong enough to transfer energy from one part of the country to another. We actually have had a meeting with a company that manages steel and steel plants, and they wanted to construct an installation that was fueled with electricity. And they said, well, we are going to use wind turbines from Baltic to the south of Poland. And we said, well, congratulations, Germans can't do it. They can't transfer so much energy across long distances. So we certainly won't be able to make it. So these are the dilemmas. But we, as workers employed in the manufacturing industry, we experience it in our everyday work. So plants are being shut down. We talked to Stellantis, and they told us that the fact that they are shutting down the plant in Bielsko is the consequence of the fact that they will no longer produce these kind of components because of the Green New Deal. So it's difficult to explain it to workers that they are to lose their job because of climate neutrality, that in 2035 you will not be able to register a car that has a combustion engine. And we know it, right? Such an engine is less efficient than the electric one. In Germany, we also see that once the government discontinued financial incentives for buying them, there aren't that many people willing to buy them. So there are some problems with demand for these cars. One of the companies where we are present as a trade union is a company that opened a new plant. Initially, they wanted to produce electric engines for Mercedes, for AMG. They are very strong, fast engines for strong, fast cars. As of today, the production decreased by 80%. There are no buyers. There is no demand. The entire car with this engine is too expensive, even for Germans. They can't purchase these cars freely. And as we have mentioned before, they are going back. They are making a step backwards and investing in traditional engines. It's not a good choice, but it gives us a clearer picture. It's not only us, Poles or Slovaks, who are unable to afford such cars, because even Germans, there aren't that many Germans who could purchase these expensive cars. Yes, so there are problems related to electromobility, demand for electricity, and so on. There is one more important thing, interesting thing. I don't know why it is being disregarded. It's about environmental protection, because we talk about CO2 emissions from traditional cars, but it is quite rarely that we discuss the future of these batteries. How will you recycle and manage these batteries from electric cars? Combustion engine, to say it very briefly, you can simply dismantle it into components and then you could reuse it. But when it comes to batteries with all of the cells, when will somebody think about that? Because it's a new problem that will impact other countries, not only Europe.
Obrigado pela sua intervenção, é muito interessante, mas também as pessoas não compram carros alemães elétricos.
Thank you for this contribution. Interesting. But people don't buy electric cars just because they are more expensive than Chinese cars, which are very popular in the world. But I really liked what you said. But it's not entirely true that European products don't sell well because they're not good. Let's give the floor to Antonio.
Can say that the sector, the manufacturing sector, is under several challenges. We were talking about the Green Pact, and there are changes that will continue in the future, as they were also being done in the last decades. There is a scenario expecting a trend that is totally immobilized, makes no sense. There are changes in different sectors. We have said, and this continues to be true, that one of the main sectors in the manufacturing industry is the automobile industry. And with this discussion, we understand that it has special challenges in Europe because this sector is losing completely their capacity of competition at the international level. Because the major companies, European companies and German companies, are the managers are just willing to have higher profits, and they have higher profits not with electric cars but with SUVs with diesel. But this is not a sustainable model for the future, and I think that the labor movement is not defending the use of Teslas or expensive cars, but mainly another type of vehicles inside inside the automobile sector. This means public transport. And I didn't hear any word about that. And this will be for sure the next big step in terms of development of the automobile industry. And also, Europe is not prepared for this next step. And we are seeing new examples, new challenges that are being raised by especially Japan and Korea in this and China, sorry, in these fields. But again, these changes into public transport systems, autonomous public transport, electric public transport, or with hydrogen or other means, will represent a change anyway in terms of subsectors. This means not only the engines, but a change from the traditional combustion engine manufacturing towards electric components of all sorts, and this electric and electronic subsector will increase, and there are many studies showing this will increase very quickly for the next few years. This will need a huge change in terms of skills and competencies of our workers in different fields. Unions are one of the main actors that will play a large role in this change in competencies and skills. This means that we are again seeing the possibility for acknowledging development in the posting of work, even if it is not only in the traditional automobile sector, but within other electronic subsectors that are also contributing for the transport industry. And this means that the next decades, the next 20 years, will witness a huge change in this sector. Probably, as we are seeing, Europe will not have a large role on it, but of course, other countries that will master this response to environmental issues, they will have their companies located in Europe to sell their products in Europe because it's closer to the markets where they want to intervene. This means we are seeing already this trend of Chinese or North American or Japanese companies that are locating their companies inside Europe on electric and components for electric cars. And the problems can remain the same in spite of the fact that there are these huge technological challenges. We didn't spoke about artificial intelligence as playing a role here, but unions will have a very important role there. This is clear, and I'm telling this not only from these reports on posting of workers, but from many studies that are being done on the automobile sector and on the mobility sector that will represent a large challenge for the labor movements. And yeah, this is our aim also to collaborate with the labor movement to provide more information about these trends in terms of technology changes. Also in the batteries, for example, there are huge new types of products or other forms of engine manufacturing, and probably unions should not remain with the main news from the social communication, but from scientific studies that are made independently. And this is one of the outcomes of this project, that we need more studies of this type in the future with more resources and more time for doing that. Thank you.
Dziękujemy, Antonio, za.
Thank you, Antonio, for this summary. But I'm thinking there was an interesting slogan: I will believe in electromobility when I see the first mobile tank. So if Europe had a source of cheap electricity, then we would try to make ourselves independent of crude oil, of the imports of crude oil, because it's safely to say that we, to a large extent, rely now on crude oil. But if we had a source of energy like that, we would create an enclave here, like a small haven. But of course, it's not possible. We are still reliant on crude oil. And if we all try to charge our electric vehicles, what will happen? What will the tax office do? Because right now, when you fuel your car with petrol, then there are some taxes you pay. And so our state has some source of income as a result of that. And what happens if we all abandon fossil fuels, and then we'll just charge our cars? Okay, we have to say this clearly. We won't stop the Green Revolution and the Green Deal. I spent 10 days in China, and there is a steel plant that was bought by the Chinese in our country. And there was also a copper mine that was bought by the Chinese. I went to Beijing. Taxis and buses in the city, they were all powered by electricity. They were all marked with green stamps. 1/3 of vehicles in Beijing had green registration plates. But when we went to other cities like Shanghai, there were no such green vehicles. What does it mean to us? The air and water knows no boundaries. What is the use of electrifying one city if the rest of the world will keep polluting the world? Every other month, we get the red sands from Sahara in Serbia. So the sand travels on a large distance. So where does the pollution from China stop? It doesn't stop. In Serbia, we don't have any cheap electricity other than the one from coal. If we run out of coal, we will end up living in caves, like cavemen. Okay, let's just think about it. posting of workers in Europe is a very complex issue. There are 15,000 of Chinese who come from China to Serbia, and more people will come because we will need more people. We need roughly 20,000 employees more on top of the ones we already have. I agree with Antonio. When the Asians come to us in great numbers, we will start to think about what to do. I don't know if you have been to China, but China has made a huge step forward. Everything is new there. Should we follow the example of China? I don't think we should. Should we take a shortcut and, for example, accept the Green Deal as it is now? I'm not sure. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Let me add to what our colleague said here. China is, of course, electrifying its cities, but there are also many mines in them, new ones being opened as we speak. I don't have data, it's just something I've heard, because they need power. They need other sources of energy. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. There's something I wanted to share with you. Unfortunately, the sound is really bad from this gentleman. There is an interference, and we virtually hear nothing.
Odnośnie naszych kolegów tutaj.
All right. Just wanted to comment on what our colleague said about the Chinese. My company, manufacturing bearings, ball bearings, was bought by the Chinese. It looked very nice in the beginning. They wanted to invest a lot of money in our plant. They wanted to actually build new halls, and they wanted to expand on a global scale. But they wanted to expand 10 times. And what happened? After 10 years, none of those promises were fulfilled. It was very nice of them to say that. And they bought us and they made promises, but they didn't deliver those promises. They just simply made a special transfer point out of our plant. They simply operate like a mafia. So they treat our plant as their like hiding hole. There are many things that we don't even manufacture, but they use our plant for distribution of the goods to many different countries in the world. So last year, we faced a problem, and the owner, the Chinese, couldn't even pay us the minimum wage. And they had to actually subsidize the minimum wage. They didn't have enough money. There is a trade union established in the plant, and we were speaking to the government about subsidies to the salaries, and there were some requirements that we didn't meet. That's why they were very reluctant to provide the subsidy. Fortunately, we managed to secure that, and we got the next batch of the money, but it was so very difficult. So it was paid by the Polish government. And the Chinese, what they do, is they don't care. They're the owners, but they offer nothing. We put a lot of pressure on them as the trade unions, both at the company level and in Warsaw. And we signed a petition and we sent it to the Chinese embassy. We told them about the situation in our ball bearing plant. One petition, another petition followed. The CEO of that company was called to the embassy and they held a conversation with them. And finally, after a lot of effort, they got a loan. And of course, I don't understand how the owner actually provided a loan to its own company. Last year, they made a loss of 20 million zlotys. And starting January this year, the minimum salary grew and they had to pay it, of course, because we put a lot of pressure on them. And it is a very, very difficult situation at the plant. So when you are employed, you have an employment contract, you need to be paid at least the minimum salary. And if you work overtime, you work more than 8 hours a day, they need to pay you more. So they made just empty promises. So I am very, very hesitant when I hear about the success of China.
Well, indeed, we as a federation, yes, I know that our colleagues need to leave us already. Yes, unfortunately. We do not have any good experiences as regards the Chinese capital, Chinese investments. They promised to develop our plants. I believe that it was 10 years ago, right? Was it more or less 10 years ago that you were acquired by Chinese investors, right? Yes, and there are many issues, there are problems. So, well, slowly the situation of China is changing, right? It's perceived as a global leader, but the context is not the same as in the past. But nevertheless, dear colleagues, I believe that the time has come for us to at least start wrapping up, right? Because we are approaching the end of the time we have allotted for our meeting. So I, from my part, would like to thank you for your involvement. I would like to thank our interpreters for the work. It is thanks to the work that we could actually give them a round of applause, because without them we wouldn't be able to share our experiences. Okay. As regards our day-to-day and our plans, at 7:30, we have planned our dinner. I don't know if our colleagues from Serbia will stay with us today, or are you leaving? Okay, so we are meeting here at 7:30. I believe that our Slovakian colleagues came here by plane, and your boarding cards will be available for you in the evening. What time are you flying back to Bratislava? Okay, right, a little bit later. So at dinner time, we will get our boarding cards. We are going also to take advantage of the beautiful city of Sofia before we leave. So I wish all of us a happy return home. As we have said, we have concluded the activities within our project dedicated to the posting of workers. We will still have national conferences during which we will promote the outcomes of our research. And I do hope that we will meet in the future, because there is a project on which we are working, for instance, with our colleagues from Serbia. So we also hope to get some funding, maybe for some projects in the future. So we will hopefully have some opportunities to meet and work together as well. Okay. So, well, today our meeting was quite passionate, and we are also playing a football game today. I know that Serbians have qualified to the Euro Cups, but we need to well, play for survival. So we hope to win. Okay. So I would like to thank our participants here, our participants online, especially Antonio, who has prepared our wonderful presentations for today. So, because also the Easter holiday is coming, right? In Poland, we also give wishes of happy Easter to everybody. So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you a lot of health. Yes, we talk about the Green Deal, but its ultimate goal is for us to be healthy, and health is always more important than money and everything else. So be healthy, stay healthy, all the best. Thank you very much for this meeting today. Thank you.
Obrigado. Obrigado.